And we're back. Sorry about that, everybody. Yep, technical difficulties. And no, I know we're getting a lot of questions online about why our feed dropped out. We got a question from one of our viewers, Danny. Diddy got Jesse too? Not exactly. Listen, technical difficulties. Happy to be back here. We are covering right now the Sean Combs case live. They've taken a break. We're going to be taking your questions in real time. As they come back, we will be breaking it down in real time. And by the way, just to give you an insight about what's been happening, a lot of scheduling issues between the prosecution, the judge, the defense. They want to stay on schedule. They're flying people in and out, witnesses. The direct is maybe going longer. The cross is maybe going longer. So they're trying to figure it all out, particularly with the witness today, Mia, alleged victim number 4. Let's talk about it. Let me bring in right now Elizabeth Milner, our long crime reporter who is in that courtroom for the testimony of Mia. Elizabeth, so good to see you. Such an important witness, right? Because this is somebody who is going by a pseudonym. This is alleged victim number 4 in this case. And she has described not only what her working relationship was like with Sean Combs, what this environment was like, but she claims that she, was a victim of both physical and sexual abuse. Talk to us about what Mia said so far.
Yeah, absolutely, Jesse. So yeah, Mia came onto the witness stand right after Deontay Nash. So she comes in, and I'm going to be very kind of careful as far as how I'm describing her because she is testifying under a pseudonym, and you can tell a little bit inside the courtroom why she is doing that. When she walks inside the courtroom, she keeps her head down. She doesn't look towards the defense table. She doesn't really look at us in the gallery. She just makes, again, a beeline to the witness stand. And even while she's testifying, Jesse, she's very soft-spoken. She's very quiet often at times, so you can feel just her apprehension just about everything as far as testifying goes. Even while answering the prosecution's question, she's keeping her head down from what I can see over in the gallery, but you can just feel just the nervousness from her as far as testifying. And even when she gets off the stand, she doesn't look at the defense table. She just walks past the gallery. Her family and her support system go right after her, and then she goes over into a private room. But just as far as just some of the testimony that she had talked about today, she did describe that Diddy did take violence out on her too. Mia described that Diddy would throw things at her. He would throw her against the wall. One time he even slammed her arm into a door and then even sexually assaulted her more than once.
Yeah, and let's just wait for this siren to go down. Very, very busy street. This is somebody we had anticipated, right? Because she's important for multiple reasons. She's important not only to corroborate what Cassie Ventura has said, but if you're talking about a pattern of abuse towards women, put aside the sex trafficking count for, I hear playback in my ear, by the way, putting aside the sex trafficking count for Cassandra Ventura, what we're also talking about is the racketeering charge. And we just got word that Prosecutor Madison Smizer said her direct examination is likely going to take the rest of the day. What do you anticipate she's going to say, Elizabeth, from what we've heard so far?
Well, I definitely think they're going to get into more of just the violence that Mia had witnessed while working for Diddy, but also being Cassie's best friend, a role that she still has to this day. The two are really close friends, something that Deontay Nash even confirmed while he was testifying. But yes, the direct examination is expected to last throughout the day. Even right before I came out to chat with you, Jesse, there was a little kind of angst, I would say, from the defense because essentially the government is saying that Mia has to be off the stand by the weekend. So tomorrow is Friday, so they're hoping that they're able to finish her direct examination today, go over to the cross tomorrow. But the problem is that sometimes the cross-examinations do take maybe twice as long as the direct testimony. And it's been a kind of a sticking point that a lot of us have been kind of noticing, especially just sitting in the gallery. But Mark Agnifilo kind of took a little bit of offense to just being given a time frame as far as how long this cross-examination goes. And the thing is, Jesse, he's not going to even be the one doing the cross-examination. It's actually going to be Brian Steele doing the cross-examination against Mia, or for Mia, I should say. But the defense was pretty upset about it because they felt like the government was telegraphing the time frame for witnesses, especially since the government said that Mia needed to be off the stand. But from the government's point of view, they're essentially saying this is all for logistics purposes. If we're expecting Mia to not be off the stand by the weekend, then we have to pause our flight scheduling and all of that for the next witnesses that are going to be following up after her. But it seems like from the defense's perspective, they were just really kind of offended just about the time frames that they were given. But the judge kind of pointed out that, the government is doing this, but they're not doing this as a way to kind of slight the defense. They're doing this as kind of a common courtesy for those logistics purposes. And the judge kind of seemed like he took offense to it as well, too, what the defense was telling him. He was saying that it's common courtesy, and that even the judge wanted to know these things as far as how long the direct will last, possibly how long the cross-examination will last. And so it seems like kind of a sticking point where the defense may feel like they are being kind of constrained to a certain time frame. But there's never been a moment so far that the judge was like, okay, you got to wrap up this cross-examination after an hour. You got to wrap this up in 30 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever. So really, they can just have a free go and just really ask all the questions, maybe questions that they didn't need to ask, but will continue to ask because they have to cross-examine their witness.
I got to talk about Deontay Nash. So obviously we'll continue the conversation with Mia, and there's a lot to break down with our panel of guests. Deontay Nash, important witness, celebrity stylist, right? And he had testified that he was, him and Mia, the only people that actually stepped in to actually intervene in Sean Combs allegedly assaulting Cassandra Ventura, talked about the threats that Combs made towards Cassandra Ventura, talked about that she didn't want to be a part of freak-offs. Very, very important witness. But then it was time for cross-examination today. I wasn't entirely sure what the cross was about and what were the points they were making, other than the fact they think he's still not only in touch with Cassie, but maybe even supplied her the wardrobe that she wore in court. And I think he was still maintaining some sort of communicative relationship with Sean Combs only until a few years ago. So it becomes a question if all these things happened to him and Cassie, and he claims he was also attacked by Combs, that this might go to his credibility. But where exactly did the cross-examination go today of Deontay Nash?
Well, the cross-examination, just honestly, quite frankly, was all over the place this morning. It's first thing in the morning. It was just kind of a lot this morning, I should say. Even just starting off, Xavier Donaldson tells Deontay Nash, "Good morning, how are you?" And Deontay Nash still has that sass, which I absolutely love, and he responded blessed. And so just as far as just kind of the incidents that occurred when it came to the violence, they brought up the bed frame incident, and that was something that Mia testified as well today too, where they were explaining that they were all over at Cassie's apartment. It was Deontay, it was Mia, it was Cassie. They were helping her pack for this trip, and then all of a sudden they hear a knock or a banging on the door, and it was Diddy looking for Cassie. And so essentially Diddy kind of picks Cassie up from where she is. He throws her down. He's essentially attacking her in front of her friends, her stylist, but also Mia is still working for Diddy at this point. But essentially, at this point, Mia and Deontay do step in. As far as Deontay is concerned, Deontay jumps on Diddy's back. Diddy throws Deontay to the ground. Then when Deontay's on the ground, Mia jumps on Diddy's back to kind of stop him. Then all of a sudden, Cassie is essentially on the ground because she had hit her head and busted her head open on this really pointy, sharp bed frame. There was blood everywhere. It was something that even Mia testified again to today. But just as far as the responses, as far as the response is concerned, I should say, that this was just kind of a really big sticking point, I feel like, as far as this particular incident, because it was so violent, because Cassie drew blood in this incident, or not drew blood, but not necessarily, but instead blood was gushing from her head. Mia had to go and get towels, and what ended up happening was a call was made, and essentially Cassie was taken to a plastic surgeon, and they were told that Cassie was drinking during this, and that it wasn't a violent encounter that had happened, that had caused this type of nash or gash, I should say, as far as just the blood and the amount of blood that was taken, or the amount of blood, I should say, that just gushed from her head, essentially. And so they lied, or not lied, but they essentially said that this incident was because Cassie was drinking. She fell down and hit her head. So that was in regards to just the bed frame incident. But yes, Jesse, to your point, it was definitely one of those sticking out moments, especially because you finally see people stepping in, even kind of in a way attacking Diddy for the most part to get him off of Cassie. But even as far as the end of the cross-examination is concerned, yes, Xavier Donaldson was really asking Deontay Nash just about his communications with Diddy in the years even after he stopped working with them professionally. So this was around kind of the 2019 timeframe. We see an exhibit photo of this text message between Deontay and Diddy was upset that Deontay didn't tell him that Cassie was seeing the trainer. And who was the trainer? Well, the trainer is Alex Fine, her now husband, who she just had her third child with. And so Diddy used this text message to kind of ask how Cassie was doing. And I think the defense was kind of pointing out that that Diddy still cared about Cassie even after their relationship, because again, this was 2019. They broke up in 2018. All the D names. Deontay reached out to Diddy about Kim Porter's death and even Andre Harrell's death. Andre Harrell was a central figure in Diddy's life. He was somebody who had mentored him, and you could arguably say that Andre Harrell is kind of the reason that Diddy got to the point where he is as far as success is concerned. Maybe Diddy doesn't think that, but really you could kind of argue that in a way. But then we see another text message kind of going back in time a little bit, this one from January 30th of 2016. And this is where the cross-examination ends, where they were kind of implying that Cassie was secretive. She didn't tell Deontay, who she considers to be a best friend, just about the freak-offs, that he didn't know about these freak-offs until 2013 when they were at just a hotel together they were hanging out together, and Diddy was threatening to release these sexually explicit videos of him, and just how it kind of ties back to Deontay saying, like, girl, let him release these videos because he's on them too. It kind of relates to that. And so they ended the cross-examination where Xavier Donaldson asked, you deeply care for Cassie, and Deontay responded, correct. And she kept major secrets from you. And Deontay Nash, in his Deontay Nash way, was like, well, I keep secrets from her too. We don't have to tell each other everything, which, you know, do best friends have to tell each other every single aspect of their lives? I mean, not necessarily. It's not necessarily holding a secret, but I feel like what the defense was trying to point out, that this was this big secret that she wouldn't even tell her closest friends that these types of things even happen.
By the way, before I let you go, Elizabeth, you have Deontay Nash, you have Mia. How is the jury reacting?
Make sure I ain't in nobody's way, y'all. Right here, don't move. I was yelling. Don't like. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Oh. Here we go. Little out. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Justin. Good morning. Where's King Kong at? Where's King Kong at? That's it? That's the better? Huh? So you have to let me know.
Yeah, well,
I mean, there are people coming
that's
out.
part of the family, but that's, I'm trying to figure out who it was.
Then what?
Something.
We didn't come together, so I had to pen back and forth. I didn't know who to send it. Who is that?
Justin and Quincy Collins.
You know, it's very difficult.
Hey, it's Randy.
Justin.
Right hand, don't move.
I'll yell.
Really hard to tell sometimes with them.
I'm glad you mentioned that because we have a question that came in on YouTube from L. Spelunker. Is anyone else acting shocked? Is anyone acting shocked by all this in the courtroom? His mom, his kids, the jurors? Does Diddy make any noises or movements? So you're kind of giving us perspective on what we should be seeing in that courtroom and what we're expecting. Elizabeth, I know you have to head back in there. Thank you so much, as always, for your great reporting, your great detail. We're lucky to have you. Thanks so much, Elizabeth.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so we're going to continue the conversation. We're going to take your questions. Obviously, a lot to talk about here, including with Mia's testimony. So right now, let me bring on Alexis Rosenberg, trial attorney, federal litigator, and also David Ring, civil trial attorney who has a specialization in sex crimes cases. Thank you both so much for taking the time. David, I'll start with you. Mia, important witness. What are you taking away from her testimony so far today?
Well, it's early in her testimony, Jesse, but so far seems like a very, very powerful witness for the prosecution. One thing that seems noticeable by people in the courtroom is her demeanor, which is really important. You know, jurors watch the demeanor of witnesses, and this woman doesn't want to be there. She's very soft-spoken. She keeps her head down, and all of that leads to credibility because of the things she's going to talk about. And I think the most important one will be that she was sexually assaulted by Sean Combs.
Got a great question here for you, Alexis. I mean, all these questions are great, but I mentioned before how the judge is trying to keep everybody on schedule, right? There was one thing to say, hey, we got to get Cassandra Ventura in and out of here. She's about to give birth. And guess what? She gave birth, a week, 2 weeks after her testimony? I get it. But the question we have here from Stephen Clark is, Jesse, why is there a timeline on the trial? Seems somewhat rushed to get through to keep to particular timelines. Shouldn't it be as long as it takes type of trial? That's a fair question, Alexis. What do you think?
So judges do have a right to kind of, be the monitor of their courtroom to some extent. I think what the judge is communicating here is really, we have coordination issues. We have to fly people in and out. And this happens all the time when you have trials with witnesses. But in this case, you have a lot of witnesses coming from other areas. So to ask the defense how long they anticipate that they are going to need for cross is totally reasonable. The judge is not putting a specific timeline on them. They seem to be it appears to me, laying this out as possible appealable issue, but the judge is making it clear that they're not doing that. We need this for coordination purposes.
By the way, I'll just throw another question to you, Alexis. This is from Amanda Miles. Does the government pay for their hotel and plane flights for the people they call as witnesses?
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So it is possible that they are paying for their travel expenses to get there.
By the way, just a great audience. I mean, the questions we get are phenomenal. These are questions that I think about and then I ask again in my sidebar show because I think people really have a deep dive into this and are asking the right questions, including from Rita Connors. So now I go to you, David, for this question. And by the way, we did a whole sidebar on victim number 3 and apparently who we believe is Gina, who's come up so many times during the course of this case. And if it is in fact Gina, who the defense has been saying Sean Combs was cheating on Cassie with, the question we have from Rita Connors is, hey, Jesse, if victim 3 refuses to testify, and yeah, we don't really know if she's going to make an appearance. There was a whole back and forth about whether or not the prosecution could get a hold of her attorney or her. Even last week, Mark Agnifilo said she's out of the case, she's not coming. Prosecution fought back on that. But anyway, hey, Jesse, if victim 3 refuses to testify, can prosecutors point to Sean's behavior in jail, the fact that he was contacting witnesses while in jail, even using other inmates to contact witnesses? David, that's interesting, right? Because I think the argument would be, you are assuming he is the one who's responsible for victim 3 not showing up. I don't think we can make that leap just yet without more evidence, right?
That's exactly right. I mean, look, if there is some concrete evidence that Combs was the one who somehow intimidated witness or victim 3 from appearing at the trial, that's fair game to introduce at this trial to say that's why she's not here. I don't think we have that. I haven't heard that. And so if there's not a direct link to that type of evidence, that's not an argument we're going to hear at this trial. You're just not going to hear from Gina.
So, David, listen to this. This is something that you have specialized into. As you know, Mia is testifying under a pseudonym. Alleged victim number 3 was actually going to testify using her real name. Cassie testified with her real name. We had put a poll up on Law and Crime on YouTube. Does the victim's decision to reveal their identity influence legitimacy, validity of the allegations? You ready for this? 62% say no, 37% say yes. What do you make of that?
I think in this day and age that we understand in the public that victims of sexual assault oftentimes want to remain anonymous. They don't want the whole world to know that they were a victim of assault, and the courts are really good at protecting that. This jury obviously knows the name of Mia, the pseudonym. They know her real name. They've been told her name. But I don't think that's surprising. I think we understand that these victims deserve protection from the media and the public to keep their identities private.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And, look, I think it becomes a question of, does it affect their credibility? Does it affect why they don't want to be revealed? I mean, will the jury think for a minute, if she doesn't want to reveal her identity, is it because she's concerned about Sean Combs? Does it have to do with the substance of her testimony? Let me ask you this, Alexis. Does the judge give an instruction to the jury about that at all, about a pseudonym and what they should take away or not take away from using a pseudonym?
Yes, usually that's going to be requested, and that's going to be an instruction to the jury. I think in this instance, like David had said, since we have these allegations of rape, I don't think that the jury is going to, infer that, or it's going to affect her credibility negatively. Actually, I think it supports it based on her demeanor, that she is appearing to really be afraid and timid and nervous. And it aligns with her not wanting her real name out there. And as well, it's going to be interesting on cross, because she's coming across in this manner in front of the jury. The jury may have a tendency to want to protect her. And if the defense comes at her hard, that could potentially really backfire.
Got a question here from Soul Shadow. I'll throw it to you, David. Mia described extreme working conditions, sleep deprivation, constant surveillance. Does this forced labor allegation strengthen the prosecution's case under the RICO charge? Because this is a great question. There are a number of predicate crimes for RICO. Prosecution has to prove at least 2. Forced labor is one of them. As I was listening to her testimony or reading the transcript or the reporting on her testimony, I thought this might go towards forced labor. Does it?
Oh, absolutely, it does. I think her testimony was that she would work several days in a row, 24/7, without any sleep, and that if she tried to leave, the security guards would come after her and bring her back. And so all of this goes to this enterprise of Sean Combs, that this extreme, outrageous working conditions that absolutely you can equate to being forced labor under the RICO statutes.
I can't hear him.
I think he ran this criminal enterprise, but the sex trafficking, we think he committed, predicate crimes X, Y, and Z, right?
Yeah, you cut out there, Jesse. So
oh, okay. Let me. Sorry about that. Let me toss back to that. So again, I'll throw this to Alexis. They can convict him of racketeering, even if the jury can, even if they don't believe sex trafficking. If they say, you know what, we're not entirely sure about the sex trafficking charge for Cassandra Ventura, they say, we still believe he's the leader of this criminal enterprise that engaged in, kidnapping, arson, forced labor, bribery, obstruction, drug trafficking. So they can, let's be clear about that, right? They can still convict him of that. The top charge, life in prison, even if they put aside all the allegations of sex trafficking, right, Alexis? I'll throw that to you.
Absolutely, Jesse. Absolutely. And I think the issue with the forced labor is very important, because the defense is trying to make it out like, oh, he's guilty of domestic violence. But even if you're dating somebody and you can't force them to do labor, that doesn't fall under domestic violence. That falls under something else. So we've got a lot that they're piling on here. It's not just these issues with, the alleged domestic violence, as the defense wants us to believe. The rape of Mia is very important, because we can't throw that under domestic violence. That would be a separate rape charge. So they can't just hide under what they're attempting to do.
David, got a question here from Caro G. Goes back to what we were talking about before. Everyone present, including press and Diddy, knows who Mia is. What's the value to keep anonymity at this point? Am I missing something?
Well, people in the courtroom may know who she is. The jury knows who she is. The lawyers know who she is. I don't think the media in the courtroom know her name. What my understanding is, the jury was given a copy of her passport that has her photograph and her actual name on it, and so they know her identity. But that's an exhibit that's going to be, under protection and sealed. No one else knows, unless they're guessing and speculating. No one has been told her name, and so the world in general, all of us out here, we don't necessarily know who this victim is. And when she leaves the witness stand and goes back to her normal life, most of the people out there are not going to know her true identity. And that's apparently how she wants it to be.
Alexis, I think it's been pretty clear that the prosecution has focused a lot of their time on demonstrating that Sean Combs was physically abusive. So you have multiple people testifying about this. You have the 2016 video of him appearing to beat Cassandra Ventura. You have photographs of Cassandra Ventura's injuries. So this question from C. Smooth Skater: why didn't they add charges for abuse in this case?
It complicates it. You really want to keep it as clean. If they can get RICO and the human trafficking, they don't need that. The abuse charge. Also, I think that if we're talking about going back to the hotel situation, the statute of limitations would run on that.
Because they're state charges. That's really state charges, what we're talking about. And Alexis, the criticism that has been leveled against the federal government, for those who don't believe the evidence that's being put forward so far, is you took these allegations and you transformed them into these federal charges where there's not a statute of limitations issue. And that's what the defense would be saying. And you're saying this is sex trafficking. You're saying this is racketeering. But is it really? I mean, I was talking about this before. I believe personally, I think the prosecution has been presenting quite a strong case in the last few weeks, but it's not a clean case. It's not the most easily digestible sex trafficking and racketeering cases we've seen in previous criminal cases, right? So I wonder if, those criticisms are valid, that it's an interesting way to charge him, and you don't usually see someone like him charged in this way. Doesn't mean that he wouldn't be convicted, doesn't mean that the evidence isn't there, but you understand that criticism? Am I fair to raise that, Alexis?
I mean, I've heard that criticism. I disagree. I think when you are trafficking humans for labor or sex across state lines, we've got federal trafficking. So that we've got that down. But the question is why they do the RICO. And I'm hearing the same thing. I think that this is very agreeable to a RICO charge. I mean, there is an allegation that there's this enterprise and there were these criminal acts that were done. So I think to do it as a RICO, I think why it's taking the public back is it is an unusual charge. And I think we got to go back to why RICO was created. It was really to get the mob. It was a norm, to get the mob bosses. And I think that may be what is confusing the public as to not just charging them with the simpler charges.
I got a question here from Shop Girl. I'll throw it to you, David. In federal cases such as this one, does Diddy still have access to his money and estate?
Oh, no, he doesn't. I mean, he does to pay his lawyers and things like that. But look, all of that was frozen by the federal government when they arrested him and charged him with these crimes. So he does not have unfettered access to his estate, to his assets, to all of those things. Those are things that in a RICO charge have been, really locked down and prevented from him from gaining full access to all those things.
I'll throw another question at you, David. This is from Cheryl Willis. Are all his employees at all his businesses about to lose their jobs? What will happen to the contracts the artists have with Bad Boy?
Oh boy, I'll tell you, the fallout will be tremendous. Let's assume that he gets convicted of any of these crimes. The fallout is massive, and look at how many people will be affected by it. And sure, I mean, I don't know, does his businesses survive after this type of trial and these allegations? I'd be surprised if they do. Maybe they're transformed into a different name and someone else is running them, or they're sold off. But no, I think there'll be massive fallout in all of his business enterprises from this.
Got a question from Camilla. I'll throw this to you, Alexis. Do you think with the fingerprints missing, Diddy's team might try to tamper with the evidence or influence the judges? I believe this is in relation to what happened yesterday with Kid Cudi, right? You remember Kid Cudi had testified last week about his home being broken into, about his car being set on fire. There was a back and forth yesterday that turned into quite a show outside the presence of the jury, where the defense objected to the line of questioning from the prosecution about missing fingerprint cards because they were concerned the jury would take away from that Diddy or his team were responsible for missing fingerprint cards. The judge even was kind of ticked off the questioning from the prosecution, told the jury to disregard all of the commentary about that, all of the testimony regarding fingerprint cards. But again, the question is, do you think with the fingerprints missing, Diddy's team might try to tamper with the evidence or influence the judges? Is this a situation where we might again be jumping too far to make an assumption?
I'm going to hope not. But I mean, there has been some concern that he may get to, a juror. There's been concern about him tampering with witnesses. But I'm going to hope that he's not doing that. And I'm going to hope that that does not happen. But it definitely, under the circumstances of what people have testified to, it is a concern.
By the way, so we're waiting for court to start up again. And one of the things I love about the lunchtime show here is we will report to you in real time what is happening in the courtroom, the testimony, and we will break it down for you in real time from a legal point of view about what's actually happening, what this means. So as soon as that starts up, we'll let you know. We're still taking your questions up on YouTube. Keep them coming through. We got a question from Miss Max. I'll throw this to you, David. Christian Combs has been named in connection with assaulting someone on a yacht outing with Diddy. Will he be called to the stand? So just to provide a little context, yes, he has been sued outside of the criminal context. He has been sued for allegedly assaulting a steward on this yacht. We've actually reported on this here on Long Crime and Sidebar. But do you think he's going to be called to the stand either by the prosecution or the defense?
Well, I don't think he's going to be called by the prosecution. I just don't think they need to get into that particular allegation. And it is that is part of a civil case. It's not part of this criminal case. Does the defense call him some sort of character witness or something like that? Remains to be seen. But I don't think those allegations necessarily fit into this case for either side at this point.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is an interesting question. I'll throw this to you, Alexis. This is from Legs7K. Hello to Jesse and studio guests. When the incident happened of Sean Combs turning up to the hotel with Nash, Cassie, Mia, didn't he knock on the door with a gun present? Now, I don't remember exactly, Alexis. You might remember this. But, Capricorn Clark, who had testified earlier in the week, she had testified, right, that when she was allegedly kidnapped by Combs, he had a gun present. I don't remember specifically. You might remember this, but your thoughts on this. I'll try to take a quicker look as well.
I don't remember specifically, but he may have, because it seems like he was always in possession or carrying some sort of weapon or had somebody with him that was carrying a weapon. But I don't specifically remember that testimony.
Look, and that's important for a number of reasons. So if you're trying to transform the narrative that he is a mob boss who used threats and violence and threats of violence, that's important for the pattern of illegal racketeering activity. But also, anytime you're talking about this with respect to Cassie Ventura, force, fraud, coercion to induce her to engage in sex trafficking and commercial sex acts, and being in an environment of violence and threats and guns, that is something the prosecution is going to argue, that she had no choice because of this, because she was in fear for her life. So the more we hear, that's really important. Okay. We have a super chat question. Thank you so much from Nest Dog. Thank you, Nest Dog. I'll throw this to you, David. Does the system have safeguards against jurors going rogue? I keep hearing that it only takes one juror.
It only takes one juror to have a hung jury. Obviously in a criminal case, it's got to be a unanimous verdict, right? It's not like a civil case where it can be 9-3 or 8-4 sometimes. It's got to be unanimous. And so, hey, there are rogue jurors out there. There are jurors who get on big cases and they have a hidden agenda, and their agenda might be because they really like the defendant and they're not going to convict him under any situation at all. And it's very hard to weed those jurors out. But that's why they have these juror questionnaires during jury selection. And that's why they have a very vigorous jury selection so that the lawyers can weed out certain jurors like that may have a hidden agenda. But hey, it has happened in other big trials. Who knows if it happens here?
Goes to another question that we got, and I'll throw this to both of you, but I'll start with you, Alexis. This is a question from T. What's the likelihood of Diddy beating the case? And again, if you got one juror, a hung jury, right? One juror, is that a win for Diddy or not? But I mean, what's the likelihood of Diddy getting a hung jury, or maybe better for him, obviously, an acquittal on these charges?
Well, I mean, if I knew that, I'd be betting on the odds in Vegas right now. But that being said, I mean, I think it was Suge Knight said he's very lucky. He's a very lucky guy. And then I think he also said in an interview that if he does get convicted, that there's a high probability that Trump might pardon him.
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen, David. I think what came out of this trial, whether he's convicted or not, it dirties up a lot. It's going to be hard to justify a pardon. I don't want to get political on this, but I do have to say, David, look, my perspective, I think transportation to engage in prostitution, so literally transporting alleged victims and sex workers for purposes or the intent of sex work, I think they're going to have an easy time proving that. I mean, Cassie has been taken to different locations where she allegedly engaged in sex work with sex workers, and I believe she testified there was at least one who was used in multiple places. I think that might be an easier charge. At the beginning of the case, I wasn't sure about racketeering or sex trafficking, but the more I hear from these assistants and possibly bodyguards about what this organization was like, what this, these job duties were like, and whether it's cleaning up hotel rooms or setting up the freak offs or the violence or what happened with allegedly Kid Cudi, the more they're building the narrative of a criminal organization and the more they're building the narrative that he committed the predicate crimes here of sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, bribery, obstruction. I see them building the racketeering case. And with sex trafficking, at least with respect to Cassie Ventura, I've said it before, I'll say it again, the 2016 incident, right, of him purportedly beating her in that hotel room, wearing a towel, she claims right after a freak off. I think that is an easily digestible way to get sex trafficking. I think the idea also of him sitting, the allegation that him sitting next to her on a plane, showing her tapes of freak offs, allegedly threatening to release them. They land, he asks for a freak off, he gets a freak off. You have the elements of travel, coercion, commercial sex. Those are two areas where I think it would be easier for the jury to convict him of sex trafficking. That's my take. But do you think he's going to beat the case, David?
I'm in your camp, Jesse. I'll be, I was very skeptical of some of these charges at the outset of this case, and I followed it very closely. And the prosecution has won me over at this point. I mean, they have proven these charges, and let's face it, boy, is there anyone on that jury that likes Sean Combs at this point in time? I mean, he comes across as an absolutely despicable person. I mean, the things that we have heard about him in the last few weeks, there's no way anyone on his jury looks at him the way they did on day one. And that's going to hurt him, and it's going to make it way easier for this jury to convict him on all these charges. There's absolutely, there's nothing there that this jury, I think, that they're going to sit there and want to fight for Sean Combs at the end of this trial. At least not at this point.
Got an update from court. The prosecutor says, we have subpoenaed from Verizon phone records Ms. Garagos, this is Tenny Garagos referring to Sean Combs' defense counsel. Ms. Garagos has agreed that if Your Honor finds them admissible, you can give them to us and we to them. Garagos responds, that's fine. The judge says, let's get Mia back. So we're going to see the continuation of her testimony. We'll break it down in real time. Okay, here we go. Question from KC. I go to you, Alexis. Is it true jurors make a decision of guilt or not guilty within the first couple of days of trial?
Well, I mean, jurors are human. So, I mean, appearances and what they're saying, but they could have an initial opinion and then it can be shifted as testimony comes out. I mean, they are supposed to keep an open mind and they're supposed to listen to the testimony. But I think in this case, like David said, I mean, he's coming across with all this testimony as a pure monster, in my opinion. So I don't know if the defense is going to get and be able to shift what they already have in their mind.
That raises a bigger question here, David, right? I've talked day in and day out about the law, about the elements, about all that. You think the jury's going to come back and say, wow, what did we just hear over the past 8 weeks? We really do not like this guy. We want to convict him of something. Let me be clear. They shouldn't do that, okay? I don't care what the defendant is. I don't care who the defendant is. You should not, as a juror who has a very important responsibility, make a decision based on emotion. You base it on the facts, you base it on the law, the jury instructions, the arguments. You don't do it based on, we think he's a bad guy, he must have committed some crime. No, did the prosecution prove this case, these charges beyond a reasonable doubt? But they're humans, David. What do you think?
Well, look, that's why closing arguments are going to be vitally important in this case. And going back to the other question, yeah, sure, there's jurors who make up their mind before the trial is actually over. But I'll tell you this, I've had a lot of trials. I've talked to a lot of jurors after the trials. The vast majority of jurors, truly, they follow the judge's instruction and they go into deliberations with a fairly open mind and they listen to the other jurors. And oftentimes they go in with one position in their head and they're swayed to change their mind because of jury deliberations, and they take it very seriously. So I think, I give the jury the benefit of the doubt in this case that they're all taking this incredibly seriously. They're all going to deliberate in good faith, but closing arguments will be crucial because, the prosecution is going to probably say just that. Hey, you can't convict him just because you don't like him. Here's the elements of these crimes. And the prosecution, we've fulfilled all these elements. That's why you convict him.
Got a super chat question from Nestdog. Nestdog, thank you so much. I'll throw it to you, Alexis. Can the judge give instructions to the jury stating he will not allow a hung jury?
No, the judge cannot do that. If the judge can send the jury back to continue to deliberate, but he cannot instruct the jury that he won't allow a hung jury.
Can give an Allen charge, right? Basically, like if they're like, we're deadlocked, continue deliberating. I encourage you, go back, try to deliberate. Sometimes it comes back with a guilty verdict. Sometimes it comes back with an acquittal. Sometimes they come back, we're still undecided. Okay, update from court. All rise. Prosecutor Smizer is asking Mia, again, alleged victim number 4. Mia, you were speaking about violence between Mr. Combs and Cassie. Have you traveled to Turks and Caicos? Yes to Parrot K twice. In 2012, me, Puff, and Cass. What happened? I was sleeping in my bedroom and I was woken up. That travel component is really important, David, right?
Yeah, it goes right to the heart of the sex trafficking, the transportation for prostitution. Every time you hear travel, they're not just putting that in there, just to put it in there. It's important to these particular elements of these crimes that there's transportation that leads to some sort of criminal act.
Got a question from Ashley Glass. If Diddy gets acquitted for this, can the government retry? Nope. If he's acquitted, that's the end of the case. That's the end of those charges. All right, we have a poll. Do you think victim 3's refusal to testify could negatively impact the state's case, Alexis? 61% say no, 38% say yes. Your reaction, Alexis, to that?
I don't think it will. I mean, we don't know exactly what they're going to testify to. So it may be that this, the victim had this wonderful testimony that would have been great for the prosecution, but without knowing the specifics of that testimony, the mere fact of them not testifying, no, I don't believe it will be an issue.
Got a continuation of what's happening in court. So Mia has testified again regarding this Turks and Caicos trip. That's Parrot K. She said, I was sleeping in my bedroom. I was woken up. Cass ran in saying, you've got to help me. He's going to kill me. Prosecutor asks, what did you do? We started pushing furniture in front of the door to try to block it. Puff was banging and screaming. I had a porch that went out to the beach. We ran. Now, David, again, the defense would be saying you have described, prosecutors, a lot of violent episodes, a lot of domestic violence, a toxic relationship, arguably state crimes. How is this racketeering? How is this sex trafficking? What would your answer be?
Well, look, you got to look at the totality of this evidence, the totality of the circumstances for this entire case. And I truly think what's going to happen as we move into this more testimony with Mia is that, Mia, we know she's sexually assaulted by Diddy. And so, again, these violent acts are super important because it allows him to control these victims. And it goes right to the heart of these charges, that these threats, this violence, all leads to sex trafficking, to trafficking and prostitution. It's this criminal enterprise. And that's what it comes down to.
Yep. I got another great question. This is from Jesper Sparrow. I'm going to throw this to you, Alexis. Did Cassie get immunity for her testimony? And if so, why wasn't it used for impeachment purposes?
I don't believe that she did. They could have offered her that potentially, because I think that would have come out. There would have been some questioning of her about whether she received immunity.
And,
so
what would she get immunity for exactly? Well, let me ask. Immunity if she was part of hiring sex workers for prostitution, I guess?
Well, here's the thing. One of the questions that I've seen come across is why aren't there other people that have been named as defendants in this racketeering case along with Diddy? So, there probably are, which they don't have to do, by the way. You don't have to name everybody as part of the enterprise. But there may have been people that have given testimony or information to the government that they did receive immunity, that they're going to put on the stand, they're not planning on putting on the stand, but they just got information from them, because that is not uncommon. So that may have happened, but I don't think she was given immunity because it would have come out as part of the testimony.
Yeah, there was other conversations about immunity and proffer agreements with respect to assistance, and also potentially if bodyguards testify, I would imagine the same thing, and I wouldn't be surprised by that because, again, if he's charged with a racketeering conspiracy, he can't do it himself. He couldn't have committed these crimes and covered them up all by himself, so you'd have to imagine that the people he did it with or allegedly did it with would have taken some sort of deal or have some sort of protection to testify against him. Okay, going back to court, prosecutor asks Mia, what do you remember about running? Mia responds, I remember being amazed that even while running fast, we could be attacked by bugs. Did you run another time? I have another visual of where we were hiding, of trying to escape like 2 separate times. Interesting. Okay. Listen to this one. This is for you. Well, actually, it's not necessarily a question. It's a poll, but I think it's a really interesting poll, David. If convicted, do you think Diddy will regret not taking his original plea deal? 76% say yes, 23% say no. Now, to be clear, we don't know what that deal consisted of. If you ask me, it had to be double digits. I don't think that they were going to offer him anything less than 10 years when they're basically describing him being a criminal leader, a mafia boss almost, and what he's accused of doing, sex trafficking, committing all these crimes, where he faces charges that could send him to life in prison. I don't think they would have offered him 5 years. But what do you think? Do you think he'll regret it if he's convicted?
Well, no, I agree. I think if there was a plea deal, it was significant. And yeah, I mean, look, he's facing life in prison if convicted of some of these charges. And some of the other ones carry, 15, 20 years minimum. And so if he's convicted, he's looking at, minimum of 15 years, possibly life. And so if he looks back on it and says, you know what, I could have taken a plea deal. I maybe could have saved all of this information and horrible evidence from coming out. He could have served, 7, 8, 9 years and getting out for good behavior. Yeah, he's probably going to regret it.
Well, David, and we got a question from Leslie. Will we ever hear what Diddy's plea deal was?
Probably not. I mean, look, maybe it comes out after this trial that someone says, here's what he was offered, but are we going to be able to really rely upon that information unless it comes from the government itself? So we may not know what deal he was offered. We may never know that. And we might. Maybe they come out and do say, hey, we offered the guy 10 years. But again, most of the time you don't hear that.
Okay, so I have good news. Well, not only do I have Alexis and David, but now we also have Nima Rahmani, former federal prosecutor. Look at that. Look at the boxes just like this. It's like the Brady Bunch over here. Nima, good to have you. Welcome to the conversation. Okay, a lot to talk about. So first of all, more updates from court about Mia's testimony. We got onto the paddle boards, went out to the water. Puff was on the beach screaming at us. It was flat. We went out far. Puff got smaller and smaller on the beach. The sky got dark, and then all of a sudden, Sean Combs' counsel, Brian Steele, says objection, overruled. We went back. Did you ever call the police? No. Why not? I believe Puff's authority was above the police. This was before social media, Me Too. There were no examples of people standing up. I thought it was under the confidentiality deal with Puff's business. So Nima, that's a big point, right? I've said it before. I'll say it again. A big theme I think the jury's going to have to wrestle with is why didn't Cassie leave? Why didn't Cassie step forward? Why did nobody else report what Combs was doing? How is it possible that, according to Dawn Richard, Cassie was beat up by Diddy in front of high-profile celebrities? Nobody stepped in. That power dynamic, who he is important in this case, right?
Jesse, you're absolutely right. It's extremely important. And look, abusers often have power over their victims, but here the power disparity is something else. And there's this other underlying theme that we're getting out, and it really was the basis for the mistrial motion yesterday, that Combs was above the law, right? He was doing all this, and he could pay his way or use his power and influence not to be prosecuted by law enforcement. So obviously, what the defense wants to do is say, no, there's not this disparity in power. What they're trying to do is actually build up the victims, right? This is a theme in their opening statement, that these are strong, independent women who are making their own decision. The prosecution is saying, no. Here's someone who controlled every aspect of their life. And the reason the victims didn't leave, like you asked, Jesse, is because they didn't think they could because of all the control and influence that Combs had.
Nima, I'm going to throw this to you. This is from Pima 1982. In your opinion, how many parts of RICO have already been proven?
I think we've satisfied RICO. You have the criminal enterprise, right? Bad boy records. And we know it doesn't have to be the mob or the cartel. It can be a much looser association. Then you have the conspiracy, right? The agreement to do something unlawful. I think that's satisfied. Obviously, the most important thing everyone is talking about is those pattern of racketeering acts. I think, look, even if you don't believe sex trafficking, even if you think this was all consensual, I think you got arson. I think you got kidnapping. I think you got intimidation. You got obstruction. You got prostitution. You got plenty of predicate acts here, Jesse. So I think RICO has been established. And frankly, I think the RICO charge is easier to prove for the government than the sex trafficking.
Got a super chat question. I'll throw it to you, Nima. This is from Donizi TV. Thank you so much for your super chat question. Are there any state charges Diddy could face?
It's tough. I'm here in Los Angeles where the 2016 hotel assault happened, and statute has run on that, unfortunately. It's hard. Some of this is dated. Even Cassie's allegation regarding her rape, that's probably the most likely to be charged stateside. But I think if Combs is convicted, it's going to be a moot point. He's going to do double-digit years in federal prison. If he's acquitted, I can't see the DA here, Nathan Hochman, filing additional charges after what would be a very high-profile acquittal.
Okay, so we got an update from court. Again, the continued testimony of Mia, alleged victim number 4. Prosecutor asks, what's this? Mia responds, a photo of Cass eating a hot dog at the premiere of her movie, The Perfect Match. She has bruising under her makeup. I took this photo. Any other injuries covered up on a red carpet? Yes, at the Cannes Film Festival. What injuries did you see? A busted lip. She was injured. Where were you? In her hotel room with Larry Sims, her hairstylist. Did you learn how she got the injuries? Cass had an audio recording of Puff attacking her. Go to you, David, on this. This is a question from Christine Dobson. Might have been posted before, but I missed it. Is the jury sequestered? No, they're not sequestered, but I'll throw this to you, Dave. Do you think they should have been?
No, look, nowadays, very, very few juries are ever sequestered. It turns into an absolute nightmare. Jurors do not want to be locked up in a hotel room for 2 months and not seeing anyone. And with social media and the phones and this and that, it doesn't do any good anyways. I mean, it might have worked back in the day when truly they would have no TV in the hotel room and would have no information about the case. But even if you did lock them away, they'd have plenty of information if they wanted to look at it. So there's just no reason to do that. The judge always says, do not read the media, do not read accounts of the case, do not talk to anyone about the case. Every day they get that instruction and hopefully they follow it.
Alexis, interesting question, interesting poll. Do you think Diddy's defense genuinely believes they can win this for their client? 58% say no, 41% say yes. Your reaction to that, Alexis?
I don't think that they think they can win this. No, I think it's clear that we've got a lot of damaging testimony and evidence, and I think they have some concerns. They've got to do some fancy dancing to convince a jury that not to convict him.
Got an update from court. Prosecutor asking Mia, how did Cassie sound on the audio recording? There's an objection from defense counsel. It was overruled. Mia said, panicked. I heard the sound of someone getting hit. Did you go to events? The premiere of Brad Pitt's movie, Killing Them Softly. What happened at the premiere? Puff was digging his nails into her arm and talking low. What would Mr. Combs ask you to do? Take care of her. I bring her arnica gel. For what? Bruises. Talk to us about why that's important for sex trafficking and why that's important for racketeering, Nima.
So sex trafficking, you need that force, fraud, or coercion, right? And we've spent a lot of time in this case talking about force and coercion. Coercion being the drugs, holding the sex tapes over her, that extortion, right? She was concerned that if she left or if she said no, the sex tapes would be put on the internet or sent to her parents' place of work. And then, of course, for the racketeering, obviously, to the extent that there's violence. Now, obviously, domestic violence, assault, they're not racketeering elements. But if there is violence in connection with kidnapping, for instance, right? Kidnapping someone like Capricorn Clark or someone like Cassie Ventura, that violence, that can all come into evidence to the extent that we're dealing with racketeering predicates.
And if this is true, that he's digging his nails into her arm, talking low, that level of control, and having his assistant cover it up, again, goes to this idea of a criminal pattern that he's using his resources and his business and his employees to further this criminal activity. We have a super chat question from Ever Rios. Thank you so much. Is there no recording at all? Not even the courtroom cam? There is no recording. We do get the transcripts. What we try to do on Law and Crime, we've been experimenting with a little bit, is we put it into this AI program. So we're creating AI recreations. We did it of the opening statements. We did it of Cassie's testimony. Federal courts, unfortunately, they haven't gotten up to the times, and I think that this is a big problem in terms of transparency, particularly in an important case like this, a case of public interest like this. But we're trying to do the best we can of, putting you in that courtroom as to what's happening with this testimony. Okay, Alexis, question from Merlene Spies. Can witness 3 not get arrested for not coming to court?
So they can subpoena her, and yes, she can be held in contempt. I think that the issue that prosecutors have with anytime you want to put a witness that doesn't want to be there on the stand, the testimony can be damaging to the prosecution. So prosecutors are very hesitant to do that, to force a witness that's supposed to be testifying on their behalf to come testify. So you have to balance that. Also, do you want to put someone in jail for not testifying?
All right, before we wrap things up, I got one last question for all 3 of you. I'm going to take it one by one. This is from Leg 7K. Quick question coming at the end of week 3, going into week 4. Who does the panel think has the advantage so far? Thank you. I'll start with you, Nima.
In my estimation, this is the former federal prosecutor to me. The prosecution has a clear edge right now. I mean, between the video evidence and victim after victim that's telling the same story. The jurors might disbelieve one of them, but there's no way they're going to disbelieve everyone. I think we're marching towards a conviction here, Jesse.
David, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm with Nima. Boy, it's been a powerful, compelling case so far put on the prosecution. And, it doesn't look like it's getting any weaker. Each witness that they put forward each new day seems to have something new and compelling to say. So it's not looking good for the defense.
And Alexis, before I throw to you, just an interesting poll result. Do you think Diddy should face any state charges for these alleged crimes? 85% say yes, 15% say no. So even, I guess, putting aside the statute of limitations issues that might arise. So Alexis, I'll throw back the question from Leg 7K. As we close out this week, who do you think has the advantage so far?
the prosecution. But remember, this is their case in chief right now. So if they didn't have the advantage right now, then they would be in some real trouble.
That's a good point. Alexis Rosenberg, David Ring, Nima Ramani, thank you all for taking the time. Really, really appreciate it. All-star panel. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right.
Okay, bye, Alexis.
Now, before we wrap things up, again, we're planning to do these lunchtime shows, take your questions every day of this trial. Again, we want to kind of put you in the courtroom as much as we possibly can. That's why it's great to have Elizabeth Milner on, who's been in that courtroom and giving us kind of a bird's eye view about what's happening. But one of the other reasons that we can do this is because we get incredible support from our partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. This is America's largest injury law firm. And I'll give you an idea here. This is a firm, okay, incredible track record. So they secured a $6 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, $13 million for a wrongful auto death in Georgia, and another $6 million for a trucking accident in New York. And mind you, this was all after insurance offered their clients significantly less in each of these cases. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not just start a claim and see what you can get? Fight for what you deserve, because Morgan & Morgan, they make the process so simple. It can all be done right from your phone. In fact, you can do it from your phone in just 8 clicks. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC live by clicking the link below or scanning the QR code on screen. Thank you so much, everybody, for your questions. Thank you so much for your support. I'm Jesse Weber. We'll catch you next time.
Diddy thing still going on? How many more weeks they said it's gonna be? What it look like tomorrow? With me, how long? Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, they do. It's not like the state. I know when they. Yeah, I know. When you go ahead, they tell you what size shoes you wear. What you did last year in the hospital, you in the basement. You know? Yeah, they do their homework. Yeah.
Tell a friend to tell a friend, like I said, we are down here at the Diddy trial. It's your girl,
encanta lamerle las patas. Y más que es Chris. Y más que es Chris. Oye.
this?
So I'm gonna take my peoples with me. Some people never
do any more than explain to you my reasons for what I do.
We also work in that courthouse. So it's this courthouse and that courthouse. And did you walk by your building?
I did.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
how long did it take you to get here?
From, it's half an hour from when I got on the top. So it's like a 45-minute from
But it's
all.
like easy.
It's easy. Yeah. It'll probably be a little long. Once I'm wearing a suit.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if you can keep your suits in the hallway.
Sure. I don't know. It's not that big.
Did you talk to your roommate?
I haven't seen him.
Is he there?
He's there. But
Is he hiding? Did he at work today?
I think so. She was up early. I remember like washing his hands tonight.
Oh my
So
god.
he's gone. He's like the perfect roommate.
I guess. I mean, as long as he's not stabbing you in the middle of the
No,
night.
I don't hear him. He's clean. He's never my way.
Yeah.
But
Well, it's only been 2 days.
well, yeah, it's only good. But like he's I don't know.
Have you met anybody else in the building?
No, I've only seen like two other people.
No, we don't.
There's a few people. I saw someone like
Yeah. Well, hopefully it'll be everyone.
yeah.
So that's like, that jail is closed now. That's for like, well, it was really convenient. Now everybody is in Brooklyn together. This was MCC, now everybody's at MDC.
It's been 30 years since she started, and guess what? I started
This
a
is
week ago.
This is where Jeffrey Epstein is. Yeah.
So they planned for it, or
They're supposed to know. I haven't seen anything happening.
seems like it'd be a lot easier.
Well, yeah, and because there's a tunnel, like, so they don't even go outside. They come right here, but now everybody has to come from here. And so it's overcrowded because there's 2 jails and there's 2 tunnels.
Well, that's great.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll show you where you meet at.
It's like musical chair. gallina que tú dices que entonces coge el papá la gallina que tú dices que
I think he's the French.
fact is in the box. Not that fact alone. Every fact is in the box. Everyone. Not this one alone, everyone. Based on the facts.
Yeah. No, I like it. Yeah. I did it for a song. Yeah, right.
I don't know. If you don't think it's any like different, then
like too in the weeds.
Yeah, I feel like my editors just wanted to look movies, but yeah, thinking he was chat proposed man. Then on the stand, she said he was auditioning for this role to choose from five stars. Yeah. And then she mentioned something about she had been seeing from auditions. She found it like
But you took it as like he legitimately auditioned for that role.
Yeah, I think
that's crazy. I think that's my story. Outside of my notes there, she said then he put on a 1-week production.
Yeah.
I don't know what
was
that
like,
meant.
I didn't understand that, but I assumed it was just like very elaborate.
Okay, so yeah.
I do want to like
I'm gonna look. I'm sure somebody has. Yeah, there weren't. I wish they went into it.
She didn't. J-Lo would say you don't know. I mean, sorry. I read the transcript. What I think makes sense is that
Watching the world on YouTube.
How's it going in there today? Feeling good about it?
What's up?
Bless you guys.
What's up, Princess? Let's spice it up. Let's spice it up, guys. Enough of the peas in the faces, y'all. Y'all banging Casey, though. Everybody's getting a little piece of that. Everybody biting on that piece of chicken. Oh, yeah. That's good stuff. Gravy time.
helped all them out find land. He's finding yet.
Gravy week already.
Gravy
week, guys.
Bodyguard,
Lucci. What's the word?
What's up, boss?
Little punch today. Finish with the main course. Are you the front of next hour? Serve the plate.
Hey, Andy, you stay over here. Don't let anybody go over here from me. You know? Johnny, now you can put that tape over there, if you don't mind.
I like to see King. King my man. King remind me of Diddy like great. When he come out, he jump out the van like Diddy in the club.
Young Diddy. He don't be walking like this. You know what I'm saying? He like, he here, I don't know. He just got one of them vibes about him like Diddy and 6. He remind me of.
Just like Diddy. And his mom. Bless his mom's soul. God bless his way. They kids, y'all. They are kids. They are. They really not them kids.
Michelle is at her desk. Michelle Ashby. Okay, okay, I'm sorry.
false rumors was out like last time.
Towards the action.
I'm live in front of the courthouse halfway through the Diddy trial. Mia it's her third day on the stand. It's very intense. Diddy's defense team, Brian Still, is abrasively and aggressively interrogating Mia. I mean, it's really bad.
but not. You see?
Yeah.
Right.
Live on the Lower East Side of Manhattan in front of the courthouse. We're on our lunch break right now. Mia takes the stand for the third day of this trial. We're halfway through the Diddy trial. Now, Diddy's defense team, Brian Still, is abrasively and aggressively interrogating Mia. She keeps on asking, why did you file the lawsuit? Was the point of you filing the lawsuit for a legal money grab? And everybody started laughing in the overflow room when he said that. Also, Mia was sexually assaulted and raped by Diddy. Now, Brian still keeps saying, why didn't you tell anybody that Diddy sexually assaulted you?
Oh,
If
it's
you
a whole.
and Cassie were best friends,
Oh, I see.
why didn't you ever tell Cassie that she was sexually assaulted? And was the reason that you filed the lawsuit was because you seen Cassie file for that astronomical amount of money? Was it a money grab? So Mia's defense team kept on objecting Brian Still's question. The judge kept on sustaining. It was very long and intense in court today. So I don't know. I feel like Diddy's team is a little scary.
You got you one.
The guy was like, right now.
Yeah.
Man, you know, he's really angry. You know.
swipe. Yeah.
My sister and I are competing. So I have to count every from my phone.
Like, there would be that this much space between each person, and just as far as the eye could see. And
Not true. I mean, how would they know they're like not they're like their 30-second or is it even 30? No, I don't think it is.
Yeah, it is quite difficult. Like if you want like
I don't know, maybe he is trying to say it's like somebody's texting me.
Camera.
Alright, from the Diddy trial, right? Big time testimony from Mia. Big time defense. Great.
So you came out when Cassie submitted her lawsuit. Did you know that she put a lawsuit out there? You didn't know that was supposed to take place?
This is federal. Yeah. This is state.
I don't know why Sean called me. Who's your favorite photo?
like, oh, and I said to him at some point, I was like, are you gonna get that fixed? Yeah, and this is back. This is.
out the building? Is it a building or a sprinter? BMW or Mercedes? We don't know. Here's the cameraman trying to get a copy.
You want that shot right there, which is a clean shot. They're gonna be walking in clean. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But I'm running by him anyway. They're not asking a question. I'm gonna yell at question.
Look at everybody out here. Trying to get the perfect angle.
Go over there. Run over there. That's the best shot. I swear. Go, go, go before they come.
That's my guess.
I tell them to not to go.
Oh, and then what happened? I'm listening to Seattle. that they can get away with all that stuff.
Yeah, no,
It's so ridiculous. You know? You have a life so set. You're successful. You have a lot of money. You know?
look, I agree.
What the fuck are you doing that for? It's Epstein too. Epstein. He had so much money. He had an island of his own, you know, and you fucked it up like that? You don't do stuff like that. Those are for desperate people, maybe can understand, okay, that they have nothing to lose. This guy had so much to lose.
Well, we'll see what the jury thinks. I'm
He's
curious.
already spent like a year almost in jail. That's already bad. Almost a year in jail. 6 months or a year in jail.
I think it'll be very interesting.
Huh?
I think it's going to be very interesting what happens at the end of this trial.
Even if we get away with it, he spent a year
Yeah,
in jail.
yeah.
Fucked up. He's already paying his due now.
Okay, you guys get out.
Oh, you're teasing us. Those kids that have minutes of fame, they want to, you know?
Hey, Ronnie, you're saying
Yo, you gonna let me testify?
Just not gonna help me up here.
I heard Trump said you're gonna party your dad. What's going on? Right? You're gonna let him testify?
the colors are all. This, yeah. Saying the color is off on your shot, white balance.
Yo, you gonna let me testify?
Just not gonna help me up here.
I heard Trump said you're gonna party your dad. What's going on? Right? You're gonna let him testify?
Saying the color is off on your shot, white balance.
Yo, you gonna let me testify?
Just not gonna help me up here.
I heard Trump said you're gonna party your dad. What's going on? Right? You're gonna let him testify?
Okay. Yeah, no, that looks fine. Yeah, we're fine.
So what was the problem?
I don't know. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey.
I think maybe when you're changing the camera direction.
What?
Maybe when you're changing the camera direction.
Diddy Combs continues right now, witness testimony entering its fourth week. Joining us live from outside of that courthouse is Associated Press reporter Larry Neumeister, who has been covering this entire case extensively. Larry, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. I know you stepped out. You've been inside of the court today. What has happened so far?
Well, it's the third day of testimony by Mia. That's the pseudonym she's going by. She is the second of 3 women during this expected to be at least 6-week to 2-month trial in which Sean Combs is accused of sexually abusing several women. She is one of 3 women who are going to be testifying during the trial. And she has said that during her employment for him as a personal assistant from 2008 until 2007, or actually 2009 until 2017, that he first molested her and tried to forcibly kiss her at his 40th birthday party shortly after she got hired, and then months later raped her in a guest room at his home in Los Angeles. And she's been under cross-examination now for 2 days. And while a lot of the lawyers for Sean Combs have been very friendly with some of the witnesses who reluctantly testified for the government, lawyer Brian Steele has been very aggressive in cross-examining Mia, and even suggested today that she was making up her allegations, which she insisted was not true, that she's only testified truthfully over the last 3 days. But he again and again confronted her with text messages she had sent to Sean Combs after she was no longer working for him between 2018 and 2023, in which she expressed how much she loved Sean Combs and appreciated how much she'd learned from him, and how her opinions about him would never change. And finally, he asked her directly, how can you say these things? You know, at one point, he even confronted her with a text message in which he said she had a nightmare in which she was in an elevator with the singer R. Kelly, who was convicted of charges and is now serving time in prison, similar charges even to this case. But she said she was in an elevator with R. Kelly in this nightmare, and Sean Combs came and rescued her. So then, his lawyer said, well, how can you make these accusations, against, Sean Combs when you're having a nightmare in which he rescues you from someone else who is a convicted abuser of women? And she said it's because she was brainwashed, and that she didn't come out of this until the last year or two. And she said it took therapy and lots of confronting what went on, and for her to change her mind about everything.
That's quite an interesting line of questionary there when we talk about a witness describing a nightmare, so to speak, in a case that is very serious, very sensitive, and as always, viewer discretion advised to anyone that is watching this along with us. Larry, describe to us Diddy's demeanor today in court. How much communication has he had with his lawyers?
Well, lots of communication with the lawyers. He's been very involved, as we've seen day after day, in his defense. Oftentimes, or at least twice that I've seen, he's not allowed his lawyers to finish questioning a witness until he gave the nod of approval. And that's the kind of hands-on involvement in a defense that you don't normally see from a defendant. So he has been hands-on from the start, though, very involved in his defense and very serious in the courtroom, but also seems somewhat businesslike. You can imagine as you watch him in the courtroom that, yeah, he is the CEO of his companies, and he's a guy who has run successful businesses, as Sean Combs has. So that comes across. The jurors, as always, are extremely attentive, taking notes, facing toward the witness during testimony, no matter who is on the witness stand. It's one of the most alert, pay attention juries I've ever seen.
Larry, we know that the cross-examination of that alleged victim of Diddy continuing on right now. Do we expect that to finish today? And who are we going to hear from next?
Yes, we do expect that to finish today. And it's unclear exactly who will be on the stand next, because there have been some negotiating going on as to whether or not the defense will ultimately call a witness to kind of cast doubt upon these tapes that were shown early in the trial of Cassandra Cassie is, what she's known as in the music world, but Cassandra Ventura is how she's known more often in the courtroom. And that was Sean Combs' longtime girlfriend for like nearly 11 years. And there's a widely seen recording of her being attacked by Sean Combs in a hotel room in 2016. That's really become not a hotel room, I'm sorry, in the elevator back at a hotel in Los Angeles. And it's really become a centerpiece of the evidence in the trial. And so there will be witnesses perhaps testifying further about how that recording came to be and its relevance in the trial, and whether the defense will be attacking its legitimacy, whether it was properly made and can be trusted and can be relied upon by the jury, which will be deciding whether or not Sean Combs is guilty of racketeering and sex trafficking, charges that could put him behind bars for from 15 years to life if he's actually convicted.
That video that you're talking about, really the catalyst for everything that we're seeing today. Larry, I know you have to get back in there continuing to cover this, but anything else that you would like to add, maybe something you feel is important to mention as we again enter this fourth week of testimony?
Well, one other way that the defense lawyer was really trying to attack Mia's testimony today was he pointed out that she hired a lawyer who had represented E. Jean Carroll in this very courthouse last year. And during that trial, when E. Jean Carroll had made, allegations against now President Donald Trump. And now, once that lawyer began representing her, the lawyers for Combs maintained, then suddenly you wanted to talk about sexual harassment and being raped and things like that, whereas it was all a secret before then in your eyes, and you had never planned to speak of it at all. But throughout that line of questioning, it was just trying to suggest that she was either making this up entirely, these allegations, or really exaggerating them.
All right, Larry Neumeister, reporter there with the Associated Press. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to be in touch, of course, for the next several weeks as this trial does continue. We'll talk soon. You take care.
Thanks. Bye.
Shop now at nightanddayherbals.com and enjoy 35% off all our herbal CBD products. Automatically applied at checkout.